shoot. Let's do that again. Good afternoon, or morning, sorry, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky. Today we're going to continue recreating a large painting by one of my favorite artists. We're going to be looking at, once again, the work of Plautilla and Nelli and her masterpiece, The Last Supper. This is what it looks like now. This is what it looked like for a couple hundred years while it sat neglected, rolled up in a storage room. And thank goodness some people found it and restored it to its original glory. And so this is the painting we've been working on for 2 full episodes, 10 hours or so we've put into this already. And let's take a look at what we've got at the moment. Move that over a bit. So our first episode, what we did is we did the outlines and the imprimatura, which took longer than expected because really what I wanted to do was to get the backgrounds to match up nice and seamlessly here. So figuring out exactly where the, I guess you could say these like columns and these decorative flourishes went was trickier than you might imagine, you know. Now it looks great, but that's why, you know, it take 3 hours to do something like that. And then the last episode we did just a few days ago is we put in the backgrounds and painted in the columns and the ground, and we started the tablecloth. So today's episode, we are going to be, well, I'm not even exactly sure. Not even exactly sure what the plan is. Obviously, the 2 main things to do are painting fabric and then skin and hair. There's also cups and bowls and bread and things here. There's these supporting legs of the table and also Judas's chair here. There is some lines that we would put for the kind of step that they are seated upon that raises them up a little bit higher. Again, notice the figures are not only a little bit further away, and we are looking at them from a bit of a slightly downward point, but they're also sitting on a little platform, which helps to account for why they appear just a little, you know, maybe higher than expected. If they weren't sitting on that platform, their heads would be probably down pretty much exactly, what would you say that's like 20 inches, or not 20 inches, 20 centimeters, half a foot or something. Anyway, so let's just take a look. Oh, you know what? Maybe before we do that, let me just cover a few things here. So the plan for today's episode, since we've already covered these first bunch of steps, the materials, the image transfer, the imprimatur, we talked extensively about Plautilla and Nelli's biography in the first episode. Deservedly so, because as I said then, and I still believe, especially the more and more I work on this, that she's probably one of the top 20 greatest artists of all time. And so then we got, I think we got somewhere around here. I think we did 2 passes of the foreground and background. Now for today's episode, I'm just going to go back. If I got to go to the background, I'll just go at background pass number 1, and so that we don't, by the time this is over, have foreground pass number 17 or something, right? I haven't created all those intertitles here. So we're not going to finish, but, you know, I would imagine we'll probably do maybe 3-4 passes in the foreground. And that should take us to about 4 or 5 hours of painting today. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Today, I was planning on starting an hour earlier than we are right now, but my daughter was taking her sweet time with breakfast today, so we got to school a little bit late, and so everything was kind of pushed back a bit. But that just meant I got to spend an extra hour with my daughter, so no complaints on this side of things. And then if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, you can use the PayPal link here. You can use e-transfer or send a check in the mail. If you want my email address or my mailing address, contact me through my email. It's on my website and on the Facebook group, which I strongly encourage you to join if you have yet to do so. Okay. Oh, something went wrong. Okay, it's probably just telling me I gotta reload it. So I encourage you to join the Facebook group so that you know when future episodes are taking place, as well as every month or so, every 5-6 weeks, I go through everything here on the Facebook group and offer free feedback to whatever people have posted here, whether that be drawings or paintings that we've done in class, or things that you're working on your own and you want a little bit of feedback, or sometimes just a good old pat on the back. We tend to do a lot of that around here because I'm all for supporting people trying to get better at making art, or people who are just starting on their creative journey. Because as I always say, if everyone had some kind of creative outlet for their feelings and emotions and thoughts, I know we would live in a much more peaceful world, right? So if you care at all about peace and community, I think making art is a really good way to help contribute to both. So, having said all of that, there's Little Hardy in the chat. Says, good night, I am from India. So I'm just getting started and you're getting ready for bed. Excuse me. What a big world we have here. There's Senga, says, hi everyone. And Sarah says, good morning from Australia. It's currently 4 a.m. and I can't sleep, so it's good to have some company and watch some painting. Whereabouts in Australia are you from, Sarah? My sister and her family live in Sydney. I was out there for Christmas this past year. My first time in Australia won't be my last. Loved it. Had a great time. Asanul says, isn't it really hard to do these kind of large-scale paintings with acrylic for the blending and all? I was trying out the Sumer and, oh man, facing really tough time to blend. And so I was thinking of switching to oils. Is that a good idea? Can you give me some heads up, some tips? Okay, good question. Well, it depends. You know, if you're doing let's say, you know, there's a lot of people who will start a painting in acrylic and then switch to oil paint to do the blending. So perhaps, especially, like, I don't know if when you say large scale, do you mean painting 3 canvases like this, or like literally a mural? Because it really depends. Most murals are now painted with some kind of acrylic, latex acrylic on a wall, because oil paint takes longer to dry. Even house paint, oil paint, can take. So if you're painting a mural and the weather is, a little bit unpredictable, oil paint would still be kind of a bad idea. If you're painting a mural inside, that's not a problem, but oil also has quite a smell, which I love. But if you're painting that mural in some offices where people were working, they may be less pleased with your choice of painting material. So acrylic is generally the way to go now. You could paint the vast majority of that painting in acrylic, and then when you get to places where you want to do a lot of blending, then you could switch to an oil paint and paint that over. Obviously, or maybe not obviously, but the rule is you can paint oil over top of acrylic, but you can't paint acrylic over top of oil. because the oil the oil will stick to the acrylic, but the acrylic won't stick to the oil, if that makes any sense. It's a weird chemical quirk, I guess you might say. In terms of painting the whole you could certainly try oil paint. I mean, I love painting with oil paint. I also really like painting with acrylic. It's kind of apples and oranges, that they both have great pros and cons. I mean, I've been thinking about doing a whole bunch of series of videos about things like this, so maybe... Ooh, I'm stuck to the table. Hold on, guys. Maybe I'm going to write a little note here as we go. Ideas for videos. Because this is definitely probably one of the most common questions. Difference between oil and so if you have other questions that I could dedicate an entire episode to, please let me know in the chat. But yeah, there's just so many differences that they are so different, that it's hard to compare. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing I won't be doing lots of blending today, but I'll show you how you can create similar effects to blending with acrylic. Because yes, blending with acrylic is really tricky unless you're painting with thick paint or you're using something like a slow dry medium, which I could do, but that also slows the whole drawing or whole painting process down. So, and because these are so small, all of these details, it just might be a little bit more difficult for me to do in acrylic. Okay, if I was doing this in oil paint, I could do it probably painted a little bit faster, because I could do that blending a little bit faster. But then it also, because everything's wet, you kind of have to be a little bit careful as to where your hand is resting. I mean, yeah, it goes on and on and on. So let's begin with our first step here. So the first step here is to really, first of all, is to decide what I want to do in the foreground, what I want to dedicate today's episode to. Should it be faces and hair, or should it be clothing? There's no easy decision to make. I guess, so the question in my mind as to what should we do here, because I want to do all the faces and hair and hands, feet today, and then, or maybe in one episode, and then all of the clothing and maybe even the tablecloth in another episode. So which one do I want to do today? So what I'm trying to decide is what is I guess probably the best decision is what is in front of what, and, basically the clothing is almost always over top of the skin, right? So it's easier for me to paint, let's say, my hand and have the paint sort of even overlap a little bit, let's say my sleeve here, and then paint my sleeve over top of my hand. It'll kind of, that way I can kind of get a nice clean edge, as opposed to painting my sleeve and then painting my hand, and then I got to be very careful about not going over this, because then it's going to have this weird look of my skin sort of maybe being over top of my sleeve. So, I mean, the only reason I might do this, the fabric first and then the skin and hair, is because I might just want to get that over with. I could also see some people saying, you know, I want to get, you know, like I could see some people saying, I want to do all of the fabric first because that's my biggest struggle and I wanted to take care of that. And if I fail at that, then I won't have wasted time on doing all these faces if I have to start over. I could see someone saying that. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I would say just keep going forward. But yeah, so let's do faces, hair, and hands. So let's get some paint on the palette here. And since we know, Harsh Raj says, please, sir, please say my name. I hope that helps. So mostly I'm going to be using warm colors today. That's my warm yellow, my warm red, and my warm blue. Having said that, I probably still would benefit from having a little bit of my cool colors in here. And there's Barbara in the chat there. I was going to say good morning, but it's probably, it might be late afternoon on the other side of the Atlantic there. Or probably evening now, I would say. Probably like, what, 6 or 7 o'clock maybe even. Okay. So yeah, you know what? I'm just going to put, because I'm also going to mix black at some point anyway, so we're going to need cool yellow. And I'm going to need cool blue. And some of these robes have like a really intense, cool pink to them. So even though I'm painting all foreground elements today, I'm actually going to put all my colors on the palette here. Okay. I'm going to start with the left panel here for a few reasons. I kind of want to, you know, I'm just started. I haven't been doing anything creative yet today, so I've just basically put my paints on there. Most of the time when I'm making a painting, I have an opportunity to kind of warm up with my imprimatura, right? I get to kind of, you know, start with the background. I can kind of build up some momentum. So by the time I get to what I'm about to do today, I'm kind of ready to go. I've kind of been painting for maybe an hour or two. And then so when it comes to doing kind of more detailed work, my mind is in the right headspace. Right now, I just got home from taking my daughter to school and talking to teachers and all sorts of stuff. So I'm still partly in my mind is in a different mode a little bit here. So what I need to do, and maybe this is not for everybody, but I feel like I need to build up a little bit of confidence before I just leap into the deep end and start doing something like, let's say, the center panel. Like, let's face it, the center panel where Jesus is at the center of this entire mural or large painting is probably going to be the focal area of this. Like, people are probably going to look at that first. So I might even want to wait till maybe not last, because maybe I might be a little bit tired by that point, but I want to get warmed up before I tackle this panel here, which might be the one people look at most. So I want to start by painting things that are going to get much less attention so that I can, you know, again, I'm going to use those as my warm-up. Okay, so it might even be worth just bringing up the original here. And looking at, you know, what would be a good area to kind of get the ball rolling in here. Oh, Barbara says it's 7:30 in the evening in the UK there. That makes sense. Senga says, Barbara, have you heard from Lolly? And Barbara says, no, I haven't heard from Lolly. I hope she's okay. I think she dips in and out of the Facebook and YouTube from time to time. That's true. Which is similar with a lot of people. Sometimes people, you know, I've seen that happen, disappear for a year, and then all of a sudden reappear again in the chat. Like, oh, I got really busy with school or work. I was moving, and then, you know, life took over. I mean, you know, obviously one hopes that nothing negative has happened. But I'll choose to be as positive about all that as possible. Okay. You know, when I look at these colors, there's a lot of cool colors. Like this is a... Let's zoom in. Oops. Like we've got... This is a magenta. That's a cool red. This is a cool pink. That's a pretty... I mean, this orange... That's a... Like, there's a lot of cool yellow in there. This jacket as well, or robes, that's a cool blue teal. So, oddly enough, in this painting, there's a lot of cool colors, which we generally associated with the background. Now, having said that, this whole painting has a very narrow depth, right? It's not like there's mountains in the background or buildings or, you know, windows looking out into another space, which is one of the innovations that Leonardo introduced into his version of The Last Supper, is that landscape that recedes deep into the background of that painting. So, you know, this is kind of interesting. So it's also possible and maybe even likely that as a woman working as an artist during the Renaissance, she probably had last pick of whatever materials were available to artists at the time. I mean, you know, it goes without saying that women and their role in society has changed dramatically over the past 500 years, 450 years, or whatever it is since she painted this. But because of that, the likelihood that she would have been able to use the best materials that other artists had access to was almost zero, right? Unless, you know, her teacher, Verrocchio, was able to kind of give her a little bit of what he had. You know, women also weren't just allowed to just walk around on their own, especially a nun. You know, often they would be accompanied or with a man, or be in a large group of other nuns, and so there could be a whole bunch of factors that might explain. It's, you know, I think that the people who did the restoration of this painting, which was an all-female led group, It's possible that they did a bad job and didn't know what they were doing and use all cool colors in places maybe where they shouldn't. I think that is pretty unlikely. I mean, the original painting here is in such terrible shape that it's pretty hard to even discern what colors Plautilla used. But I'm sure they would have done some testing on pigments, and we're talking about highly skilled people, probably people who've all gone to not only college but graduate school and maybe even have PhDs, and so they know what they're doing. So I'm going to take them on their word that the colors that they've used in the restored version of this painting are historically accurate. But it is, yeah, it's a little bit unusual. But it also, because the painting is so shallow, using those really cool colors in that space, it's not really an issue. It's not really going to cause much of a problem. Like, this painting is where that might be a problem is, let's say there were mountains and things in the background, then maybe she would have felt like, well, I should probably use some warmer colors for these robes to kind of pop them a little bit in front of those cool colors in the background. Singer says Lolly has fibromyalgia. Hope she's okay. Barbara says, I'm sure she's just busy. Patience says, hi, Patience. I was watching your drawing lessons. Perspective drawing was hard. Now finding this paint with me live, I assume it will be calming to watch. LOL. Watching live from Zambia. Very cool. Hi, Patience. Great to see you watching all the way from the other side of the world. That's so cool. Yeah, hopefully it's as relaxing and calming as possible. It might encourage you to go and get some paints so that you can paint along with me. That would be awesome. Barbara said, I was reading that Plautilla and Nelli use different colors, not just shades, to show folds and shadows in fabric. Definitely, yeah, when we get to there, we'll absolutely see that. Okay, why am I talking about the fabric when I decided to paint the hands and faces and beards and feet today? Yeah, yeah. I kind of got distracted looking at all these bright colors, I think. Now that the fabric episode, that's for next episode. Barbara says, the far left seated figure shows peach through pale yellow in the sleeves. Yeah, we're looking at here. Like, I think that is so cool. All of these colors in here. These kind of peachy, yellowy colors. Okay, so... Barbara, focus! Yeah. This is such an exciting painting, and I really like where I'm at right now, so yeah, it sometimes gets, it is a little bit overwhelming too. There's so much going on, so much to do. Okay. Well, let's just dive. So, okay, I mean, right now, this is a good example of why I like doing things like the aim premature, why having a kind of routine is, I think, so important, is because right now my brain is not maybe ready to paint yet, and I usually use my routine as a way of getting myself into that headspace, and so that's why I really like doing like an aim premature, just paint. That way I just get my paintbrush, just start painting, and then, oh look, I'm painting, I'm doing it, I'm feeling the texture of the paint. So that's probably why at the moment I'm just sort of like, what do I want to do? How do I do this? I'm trying to procrastinate a little bit until I'm, you know, I've my brain and body kind of flip into a particular kind of mode. So let's mix up a skin tone. It's also worth just taking a quick little look at this painting, noticing they all basically have the exact same skin tone too. You know, it's not like we have people of various different ethnicities in this painting. Although I'm not sure the backgrounds of all of these apostles, but so that also makes my life a lot easier, because I can basically mix one color for my local color of the skin tone and apply that on all of these, and they all have very similar hair colors too. We got a couple of gray-haired figures as well, but everyone's kind of got either brown hair or gray hair. I think this guy might be the only one who's got kind of a darker brown hair now that I look at it. Oh, this guy's got kind of dark brown hair, but this fellow's, his hair's almost black. So that's also kind of interesting too, just out of... Okay, so let's mix a skin tone. How much... You know, that's this also too, because you know, so there's pros and cons to everything. You know, the fact that everyone, I have to mix just one skin tone for this entire painting is great, but it also means that I may need to make a pretty big batch of this. So that I can paint everyone, so that I don't run out halfway through. Ah! Sorry, it's not on camera there. So right now I'm mixing a very light brown, which is basically an orange plus blue. Is that too much brown? Okay. I think that's good. Might have been a bit too much blue. Let's look at these side by side. So what I'm looking for here, I'm not exactly sure how, it doesn't really look like it's accurate on camera, but I'm trying to mix up, we call it the local color. It's the color that is unmodified by light or shadow. But actually, I feel like I put a bit too much pink in there. Let's put a bit more blue. Yeah, I think that's good for right now. I want to put some... I'm just trying to decide whether I want to put some matte medium or something in there just to thin this down a bit. I think I'll be okay. Yeah, this is good. It's going on, you know, a little bit dark because it's mixing in with that yellow, which is actually kind of fine because I was actually, when I was mixing those colors, thinking like, oh, this might be too light, and maybe I need to keep on adding more blue and red. And I'm glad I didn't. Now they have obviously feet and things, but I'll do the. I'm just gonna stick with the top half of this painting for right now, and then we'll move down here. I will say that just as I started painting this, I started thinking, I may be compelled to actually paint some fabric today and do half start these faces and start these clothes, and then next class finish both. Because as I, now, so remember I was saying I want to make sure that my, that the hands fit in the sleeves and not the other way around. Well, there's a lot of hands that are in front of clothing here. So because there's so many, basically all of these hands are in front of clothes. There's only a few places where I've got hands that are actually in behind, or overlapping the background, for instance. So I'm just going back and painting over some of the my first layer here, because I seem to have noticed that as I started painting I got more and more opaque. Okay, let's do some toes and things now. Let's move out of the way. I'm going to go to the far right side of the painting now and just do the same thing. Start with this side. Anytime you do a artwork like this where you've got multiple figures in it, it definitely raises the stakes. Like I noticed, you know, I did a painting, maybe I guess probably a year ago now, of all 4 Beatles together, reproducing one of their album covers, Beatles for Sale. I think that was the album, and I think I nailed 3 out of the 4 Beatles. I got everybody in relatively well except George. One of my well, I really like all the Beatles, to be honest, but you know, so that is kind of frustrating because you get most of them and then you don't get one of them, and then it kind of seems a little odd. So the fact that there are so many people here to paint is even if this was a fairly abstract painting, would in and of itself make this a much more complex painting, more difficult than it would be for the vast majority of people to paint. So I wouldn't recommend this be your very first painting if you just came home from the art supply store with a bunch of paintbrushes. This one would probably lead to madness. I know this is where hair is going to go, but since there's this big black column, not black, really dark green column in behind, I might as well, I mean, there's skin under our hair anyway, so you can't really go wrong painting skin color here. Just help solve a little bit of having to paint that later on. Look how ripped this guy's arm is. Like, he's so strong. My goodness. You know, what's also what makes, I think I probably talked about it in her biography in the first episode, is Plautilla almost never saw men during the course of her entire life. She's a nun in a convent, and painting a painting of the Last Supper, you know, which ostensibly is all male figures, although some people will say that one of them is Mary Magdalene, maybe. So this painting is in a way also super fascinating, because we're looking at kind of her imagining or memories of men that she may have seen in the, you know, while she might have been out of the convent getting, you know, maybe some fruit at the market or something. But she wouldn't have had an opportunity to study men's faces very closely at all. Except, again, maybe her teacher, Verrocchio, maybe sat for some portraits. But, like, the level of ambition in this painting is just absolutely outstanding. It's also kind of a bit of a mystery to me why she would have even been allowed to paint this painting. Like, this type of scene was like basically the highest level of the genres. Back in the day, there was sort of everything was very stratified. Like, there was things that were kind of off limits to beginner artists, and genre painting like this, or history painting, or biblical scenes, etc., were generally off limit to all but the most experienced artists. So the fact that was not on camera, and they were totally off limits to women. Most women were not allowed to paint at all, and if they were basically consigned to painting still lifes, maybe some landscapes, but certainly not, you know, painting Jesus himself, right? That would have been, excuse me, I wouldn't say sacrilege, but, so, I mean, I think the way that she would have kind of got away with this probably was the renown of her teacher, the fact that she's in a monastery or what do you call it then? Nunnery? Is that what it's called? Where there isn't a lot of outside visitors at all. So it's a little bit out of the eye of the church. And I think also by this point she has started to make quite a name for herself. You know, we don't know a lot about her because unfortunately the lives of women were just not particularly seen as worthy of documentation, sadly. Although she was from a wealthy or wealthier family, so yeah, that's why I think I would love to. I think we're lucky that we're living in the time we're in right now, because I think over the next 30 years or so we're going to learn a lot more about this artist as more and more people hear about her. The demand for information about her, for researchers to dive into records that haven't been opened in hundreds of years, and etc., is going to be really high. And that'll also mean there'll be lots of speculative fiction and things where authors, you know, who don't maybe know what's going on, just sort of maybe take a try at, I was going to say stab, take a chance at trying to kind of depict what her life might have looked like, which will obviously upset the hardcore historians, but, you know, will open her story up for debate and encourage more research, and so that we can kind of find out, like, how, like, there is definitely a story here, right? So what is the story? How was this woman given so much independence at a time that was just totally unheard of? Was it her wealthy family connections? Maybe her, you know, her parents were, or her father was relatively well connected. Let's see what we're doing here with this. So, you know, kind of like, you know, in a way, I don't know if you want to say it's sad. I mean, it is unfortunate, but the fact that her family did have money was one of the ways that she ended up in the convent. Like, I'm not an expert on convent admission rules, but basically there were kind of two types of women that might end up in a convent. One might be a woman who was virtually destitute, might end up in a convent, might be sort of like, you know, like maybe a child that was, you know, left up for adoption or just left on the steps of the convent kind of thing. If they weren't adopted out, they would probably be raised in the convent. And so they might spend their whole lives in the convent. And then often you'd have a lot of, like, the daughters of wealthy figures might send their daughter off to the convent. Particularly women who might be a little bit more independent, which might sound kind of crazy, but the fact that women didn't have many opportunities anyway meant that if you were a woman who just kind of wanted to do her own thing and not be, you know, basically forced into motherhood and married away at, you know, at 12 years old, one of the only options would have been for that that woman to join a monastery or a nunnery, so that she might be given an opportunity just to do like Plautilla and Nelli did, is to actually practice painting. You know, it would have been perhaps possible for women back in the day to stay with their family and kind of be raised, you know, just kind of, you know, stay with mom and dad and for the rest of their lives. But that could also I think the optics of that could also be a little bit strange. And then also probably, I mean, maybe, you know, like the you know, I'm trying to think, like, if you had even if you had a really understanding father, because again, it's basically what he wanted to do would have been, you know, the word back in the day. So even if you had a really understanding and supportive father who wanted to encourage his daughter's interest in art, the pressure to marry her off by friends, other families, etc., would have been really strong, because you can imagine if you were from a wealthy family and you're a woman, you know, there would be lots of suitors who would have wanted to marry you to get at your father's money. Because let's face it, back in the day, love as we know it today didn't really exist. So maybe there was a conversation. Maybe the father was like, "Listen, I love you, but you know, if you stay here with us and try to pursue your painting, there's no way that I'll be able to the calls. I'll get calls all day long, not calls, but letters and visits from people all over trying to basically marry you off to their sons and stuff, so that we can, and you know, I just can't, like, because yeah, it could be probably pretty offensive if you just keep turning people down and down and down. So it's like, listen, if you want to, I want you to do whatever you want to do. I want you to paint if that's what you want to do. But I think the only option for you would be to go into the convent. And I think it you know, as much as possible, kind of worked out for her. She was given quite a lot of freedom and autonomy to work on big projects like this. She became kind of a mini celebrity. As I said, she's one of the only women mentioned in Vasari's Lives of the Artists. So Giorgio Vasari was an artist himself. Actually, when I was in Chicago, I saw one of his paintings. One of the few times I've ever seen his art in person. They had a painting of his on display there. I had to kind of do a double take. I was like, oh, Vasari. Oh, that's kind of cool. Because Vasari was an artist, but he's most famous to us now as the author of basically the first real biography of. It was sort of like a book of biographies of all the artists, major artists of the time. And Plautilla Nelli is mentioned in that book, which is saying something, because there's lots of other male artists of the time who were pretty good. They didn't make it into Vasari's book. So it's saying something of her and her ability and her level of recognition that she is mentioned. I mean, yeah, is it unfortunate that, I mean, she only got maybe a couple sentences in that book. But the fact that she's even mentioned at all is, like, pretty remarkable. You know, for the most part, Plautilla Nelli is self-taught. As I said, she did have a pretty good teacher. But for the vast majority of her life, she taught herself to paint. Now, this is before YouTube, right? So if you wanted to learn how to paint on your own, you're really just, your only option is to really look at a lot of art. And then, so, I mean, and again, we're talking at a time, this is before you could go to an art supply store, buy paint and paintbrushes and tubes and canvases and everything. It's all ready to go. This is a time where artists have to make their own materials. So, like, we're talking, it's that's why I want to read someone who does like a full, I mean, maybe there is a book about her biography out there that I'm not aware of, but there is one heck of a story behind this woman. And even if it wasn't, if you know, there was a movie that came out and there was half of it was speculative, and I would still love to see that movie. I would still be totally enraptured, just being like, seeing what someone just trying to kind of put all those puzzle pieces together and speculate as to how she was able to break through. Because I mean, just doing what I'm doing right now, I'm just spitballing ideas, but you know, I know almost nothing about the actual period of time and the gender codes and the way that the aristocracy worked, what it would be like to be a woman in a position of power, or you know, from a relatively powerful family. You know, and those laws and things could be different from one town to another. Senga says she was influenced by the teachings of Savonarola and Fra Bartolomeo. So Bartolomeo was also a great artist himself. Savonarola was... What was Savonarola like? Savonarola was kind of like a Robespierre kind of character, like during the French Revolution. Robespierre was like the most feared person during the French Revolution. He's the guy that basically ordered tens of thousands of people to be executed at the guillotine. Savonarola was like became a really powerful preacher during the early mid Renaissance. Almost like a Rasputin kind of like figure, who I think I mentioned before when we were during her biography, like he kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you remember the movie There Will Be Blood starring Daniel Day-Lewis and Paul Dano. Kind of reminds me of like that Paul Dano character, like a guy who can say, quote, all the right words from the Bible instantly, very smart, wily character, and then really weaponize the Bible to get what he wanted and move up through power very quickly. He, again, I think I mentioned too during when I was talking about her biography, the fact that like he was like hardcore Orthodox Christian. So again, like the fact that she is working in an institution that he is overseeing and that she's allowed to do this is sort of like, how does, like, we're talking like the most conservative preacher maybe of Christian preacher of all time, right? This is a guy that Botticelli also fell under the spell of, and Botticelli burned and destroyed the vast majority of his work because Savonarola said, you've been painting things like The Birth of Venus and La Primavera, both of which are based on like pagan stories and are therefore blasphemous. So, I mean, the fact that any Botticelli survived, any of the early to mid Botticelli survived before he met Savonarola is itself a miracle. The famous painting of the woman in the clamshell and her beautiful hair, and she's mostly nude. Like once Savonarola saw stuff like that, it was like, that is ungodly. You're going to hell if you make more stuff like that. Go back and burn everything. And so Botticelli did that, and he then started making these Christian paintings, which are very odd. They look very clumsy. They look like the things that he would have done when he was like 15, 16 years old. It's very odd. That's another. So the fact that Savonarola is kind of in charge while Plautilla Nelli is making paintings like this is baffling. How, I mean, yeah, why, how would, in a time where women were really allowed to do anything, why was she given so much freedom, in like the kind of freedom that would only be given to a woman in like the most liberal kind of parts of society? And yet here she's in the very same building down the hall from Savonarola. Like, I don't know. I mean, someone said in here, how would she have known how to draw paint that ripped arm, of which apostle? Yeah, Barbara says it makes me wonder how she knew what ripped looked like. This big muscular, this forearm here. I'm not sure which apostle's who here. How would she have known to draw muscles like that? I don't know. I don't want to go around spreading rumors of someone who lived 400 years ago, but I don't know. Was Savonarola, was he up to something with the ladies? I mean, that kind of thing wouldn't have surprised me, and how much agency those women would have had to rebuff in advance by any man, especially the kind of main guy in charge. You know, that's a whole other terrifyingly disturbing side of things that that probably would have been a part of her story. So yeah, that's why, you know, part of what I'm trying to do is just to start conversations. Maybe somebody who's really interested in history wants to write a PhD thesis and dive into Plautilla and Nelli's biography and tell that story. Barbara says, "Hi, Patience. Yes, watching Michael is addictive, therapeutic, and very educational. Enjoy." Asnul says, "Therapeutic indeed. Michael is basically modern-day Bob Ross with Dali essence." Thank you, Asnul. That's so kind of you to say. That's very cool. Two artists that I admire, Bob Ross and Salvador Dali. Can't go wrong there. I appreciate that. And both artists definitely have also been big influences on me. Probably Bob Ross over Dali, even though I've got a Dali-like mustache. I do like Dali's playful spirit, his willingness to defy conventions and really put his personality forward. I think that's something I'm kind of interested in. Also, Bob Ross, obviously, you know, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing had it not been for Bob Ross. This idea of painting, well, he painted essentially live. I don't know if he ever did any double second takes of anything, even though he often made 3 paintings. He'd make a preparatory painting to test out his ideas. He'd make the one on television, and then he'd often make a third one afterwards that they would photograph. And the third one is often what's, if there's any that have been reproduced on umbrellas and T-shirts, it's usually the third of 3 paintings that would have been those. But I'm a big fan of how Bob Ross wanted to kind of democratize art and make it more accessible to people, show the process behind the creation of art. That's something that's always been really important to me, process over product, throughout my entire career. AMD Abdullah says, "Hello, sir. Question number 1, how's your day going? Question number 2, recently I watched a YouTube video that said, if you want to improve your art, take a break now, and I regret my decision. Is there any way I can get back?" So first question, how's my day going? My day's going great. Thank you. Yeah, I've had a great day so far. It's kind of just getting started. I don't even know what time is it. It's probably, well, it's 12:30 in the afternoon, so just past lunchtime here on the west coast of North America. Doing good. I'm chatting with you. That makes me happy. Question number 2. I recently watched a YouTube video that said, if you want to improve your art, take a break. Now I regret my decision. Is there any way I can get back? I'm not sure I understand what that means. So, you mean that... Are you saying that you have not taken a break? You've just been working and painting and drawing, and you watched a video that said you should take a break, and now you regret not having taken a break? Or do you mean that you maybe followed that advice and took a break, and it's been a long break, and now you feel kind of rusty, and how do you get back into the mode of making art? Even then, I don't even know if those two things are necessarily totally different. I guess, okay, so I'll just try to imagine both scenarios. Okay, so let's say, I do totally agree with the importance of taking breaks. Absolutely. I think I'm not painting all the time. When I'm not on camera, it's not like I'm working constantly and making my art. I've got a family. You know, I teach obviously here, but I teach in a couple of other places. And I'm also working on my own graphic novel, so I'm doing most of that on the computer. So, but I try as often as possible to take breaks, which is one thing I love about spending time with my daughter. Like sometimes we go swimming about 3 times a week, and she, you know, she's 4 years old, so she mostly just likes playing in the shallow end and just splashing around. And for me, that's a very positive break, you know, because there's not much I can do in the pool with her. I can't read a book or listen to podcasts or watch a movie. I have to be pretty present for that, and that's takes my mind off of everything. So that's a really great way for me to take a break. Other people go jogging or go watch movies, or you know, working, or you know, have other hobbies, playing guitar, reading novels, going on long walks on the beach, etc. I think those are all very positive things. I think most artists would agree that most of their best ideas come from 2 things: working a lot, being in the studio and just working, ideas just will start coming to, and also from taking breaks off. And many of the greatest stories, decisions, not just by artists, by politicians and inventors, happened while they were walking their dog or walking through the forest, you know, because that just getting your mind off of whatever you're working on is really positive. That's just scientifically proven, right? So yeah, I don't think there's necessarily so if you're on the other side that you feel like you've taken too long of a break, I think things will come back. I mean, you might be a little bit rusty. There's, you know, when I was away in Chicago and Detroit, I was out of town for, I don't know, 2 weeks, 20 days. I don't know how long I was away for. But, yeah, I was a little bit rusty coming back to things. That's why, you know, working on this painting again has been kind of nice, because it's like, especially last week, I could just kind of get going by painting that background. There wasn't a lot of it at stake, and now I'm a little bit back into the routine. I feel more confident. That's what I would say about that. Anything else I want to add to that? I mean, just start slow. I mean, if you've taken a long break and you want to get back into making art, like, work on things that you have no intent of ever sharing with anybody else. Work on some things that just bring you a little bit of joy, but that you don't plan on ever, you know, sharing or posting anywhere. Be easy on yourself. I think the less, that's why I'm a big believer in having very low expectations for yourself and your art. And I think if you have low expectations and your goal is just to play and have some fun, then often those are the times where people create the best art. Think about how many stories musicians have of, like, going into the recording studio and they've got 10 songs they've been working on and practicing and developing, and they've been working on it for months. They get in there, they record those songs, and then the engineer, the person working in the control room says, well, we got another hour here. You've paid for me to be here. Is there anything else you guys want to do? I got, and they're like, okay, well, let's just jam. Let's try to do something. And they end up making up a song. And throughout, pop music, rock and roll history, there is a huge percentage of those songs that were just come up on the spot that no one really had any expectation for, that become not only big hit songs, but sometimes, if anything, the biggest, most popular songs that those artists ever produced in the entirety of their careers, which can be, a little bit unsettling for an artist to be like, man, I worked on 9 of 10 songs for months and months, and I hired people to help me write the lyrics, and the song that we wrote, at 3 a.m. before we called it a day, no one was thinking about it. That's the song that became our biggest hit. That's the song that everybody wants us to play in every concert we've been doing over 50 years. Like the Rolling Stones, who I'm going to see in a few weeks, have like a dozen songs like that. Probably the majority of their songs were the ones that they just tossed off. I mean, that's crazy. So potentially just doing something that you don't really care about, just to kind of do something, might end up being one of your favorite works that you've ever done. I can think of many of my favorite paintings are exactly that. Paintings that I just sort of tossed off. And then I'm like, whoa, this is great. I got to do more of these. Yeah, so I think there's value in taking a break. I think there's a lot of value in every artist has different things that work for them. I've heard some artists will say, I was really struggling, and I just went back to the studio and I just powered through it and had a breakthrough. And then I've heard from some artists who are like, I was really struggling, so I just took a year off. We looked at Emily Carr recently. Probably Canada's greatest artist, certainly Canada's greatest female artist. Though, arguably, I would say probably in the top 3 greatest artists in Canada's history. She took, I think, 14 years off. She basically gave up painting altogether after her big exhibition here in Vancouver failed miserably. And then her friends, her male friends, were like, Emily, you're like an incredible artist, start painting again. And she did. And those are often the paintings people associate most with her, that they like the most. So, one might say, well, I think it's a bit of a tragedy that she didn't paint for, a good portion of her life. But then I guess you have to ask yourself, well, what if she had been painting that entire time? She probably would have made very different work. Would she have ultimately made all the paintings that really established her as one of the great artists of all time? I mean, we'll never really know, really. I mean, it's an interesting little thought experiment. So I'm painting in the hair and beards and things right now for a number of reasons. One is just helps kind of define these faces a little bit more. Helps me see, you know, who's got a beard, who doesn't. So that's just going to make it easier when I'm starting to when I'm moving back and forth between all these people. Like, okay, that's a beard guy. This guy doesn't have a beard. This is who I'm looking at. It's also going to get rid of, as much as possible, all of this warm yellow, which can be a little bit confusing because that warm yellow right next to those faces can make it hard for me to see what the actual colors that I'm trying to paint are supposed to be. So by taking care of all of that, then I can more easily mix the colors I want and apply them and see them, and they're just turning up in the way I expect them to. Plus, it's also kind of satisfying, right? When you start seeing, you know, just as it gets more filled in. Like, for instance, right here, I realized, oh, I totally forgot these ears and neck, and I might not have seen that had I just decided to try to progress and get all the skin tones and shades and everything in place. I will say I'm starting to lean more onto the side of painting, maybe even after this, moving into painting the moving into painting the clothes before I finish these faces off. Which is more typical of how I usually work, right? I originally, over the last few days, was like, oh no, I'll paint all the clothes at once, and then I'll paint all the faces at once. Senga says, I love hearing Michael talk about the history behind art. Thank you, Michael. I find the history behind art so interesting, so fascinating, that it also makes painting paintings by these artists so much more interesting. You know, it gives me something to do while I'm working on these artworks. But, you know, it's like while I'm making a painting like this, reproducing a work by a great artist, you know, it kind of puts me a little bit, I'm literally, at least feel like I'm walking in their shoes for a little while. So then you start to just become super curious as to, like, well, who was this person? Like, would we get along at all if they were around, or were they a good person or a terrible person? What's their story? What's the deal? This fellow's got a kind of a slightly grayish beard, so I'm just going to fill it in with a little bit of black. Oh, and I forgot these feet. So there's a few feet and necks and ears that I've already kind of missed, so. There's Jesus' hair. It's kind of got a bit of a slightly orangey, very yellowy brown. Lots of little things that I missed here. You know, while I got this brown here, I might as well mix up a little bit more white, or sort of a bit more yellow in here and paint some bread. I've significantly increased the amount of bread on this table in order to spread it out over the painting over 3 canvases, which I think is kind of funny. Yeah, I think I got most of the bread. Okay. I want to come back to skin that I forgot to paint. Difficulty with painting so many figures is it's hard to kind of stay on track of every little detail. You know, it's when you're painting one figure, you know, if you miss a little detail, like, oh, okay, I just gotta get that toe, I'm gonna do this, do that. Yeah, when you got 12 figures, 13 figures in here, a lot more to keep track of. There's a lot of little places I missed here. Okay. Senga says, I watched the Bob Ross Netflix documentary. Shame what they done to him. It is very tragic. It's a kind of a sad movie. If you haven't seen it, it'll make you look at when you go to stores all over the place, museums, you're likely to find Bob Ross puzzles and hats and candy, all sorts of crazy things. The tragedy is not one penny of those goes to his family. It all goes to another couple who got him to sign some things right before he died that are questionable, to say the least. There's been court cases that have happened that have affirmed that couple's possession of all that stuff, and basically Bob Ross on his deathbed signed away his rights to everything, including his own likeness, to people that were helping manage his career. And what's tragic is, I think it's his brother is almost homeless, is living in a trailer, kind of hand to mouth, starving on welfare. And, Bob Ross, who was, in many ways one of the most successful artists of all time, and all of that money has gone to some other people. So that's It's a good reminder to have your affairs in order so that things like that don't happen to you or your family members. Snow says, have you watched the new Frida Kahlo documentary? That's kind of cool. I didn't know there was a new documentary about her out there. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I'll take a look. I don't know I don't know anything about it, so cool. She's a fascinating, interesting person, so I'll definitely take a look. Barbara says, I recommended your masterclass to a friend's daughter today who's struggling a little with critical analysis on her art course. It's hard for teenagers to understand movements in history. Yeah, I think one of the things I just remember when I was younger is I've always really liked history. My dad is also really into history, so I probably got that from him. What confused me a lot about history is I remember teachers would say, this happened, and then this happened, and this person believed this, and then they did this, and everything was sort of like pretty cookie cutter, and you'd be like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then you would start to see weird contradictions happening, and let's say, especially like within art history, you're told like, okay, the Renaissance starts here and it ends here, and then it's followed by this, and then this, and then this, and then in, like, let's say you have Cubism, and then you've got Dada, and then you've got Surrealism, and then you've got Abstract Expressionism, and then you've got pop art, and then but what was Jackson Pollock doing when Andy Warhol, like, they lived at the same time, but did Pollock just say, okay, I guess my time's over, right? Or Warhol was like, took the baton and run, like, things started to kind of overlap, and then there were some people that didn't follow any of those trends, and how were they allowed to do that? Like, and so I remember as during, probably when I was in like grade 11, 10 or so, raising my hands during like history class and just being like, but that, and I remember my teachers being like, Michael, you're overthinking it. Yeah, like, this is really complicated. Just go with what we're talking about. This happened, and then this war began here and ended here, that kind of thing. Because I think what I started to realize is things don't kind of go really nice and neatly. Things are pretty messy, and there's all sorts of weird contradictions throughout, for sure. So this is your friend's daughter will definitely enjoy Michael. She can also ask him questions. Thank you. Barbara says Michael makes it easy to understand the history and development. Senga says it can be very hard to understand academic writing, and some unis don't teach it. Yeah, a lot of art is kind of hidden behind academia, and it's in the interest of artists to make art as complex as possible, because then it makes artists look really smart, and every industry is like that. It's in the interest of every industry to kind of make what they do as complicated as possible, so people be like, I don't know how to do that. You've got to fix my car for me, because this thing is too complicated, right? Or for lawyers, it's like, these contracts are so complicated. I need somebody to read this for me. And not that they aren't. They are complicated. But that's why you need a lawyer, right? All these, it's every industry protects itself through particular kind of language that is, and sometimes impenetrable. So, and yeah, I've always been someone that finds that to be just a nuisance and a waste of time and not helpful. It's like, I know there's an easier way to explain this and to understand this, that, you know, not that big words don't have their use. They can really help, you know, describe a whole concept in one word, like cubism or Renaissance, right? Just for the sake of conversation, we can throw words like that around. People get it, and like, okay, we might have a different disagreement as to what, quote unquote, constitutes the Renaissance or Cubism, but for all intents and purposes, I can kind of, it helps us just move forward in the discussion. But art is famous for just like, I mean, I still to this day, like when, you know, I teach at a major university, sometimes read things students have written, and I'm like, you know, I've been at this for 20 years, 30 years longer than you. I have no idea what you've written here. This looks like something a computer spat out. Like, do you really understand what you've written here? And also my colleagues, fellow teachers, will often write stuff like that. And sometimes I'm sitting in lectures by visiting artists and been like, come on, buddy. You don't have to make yourself, your work is great. You don't have to make yourself look so smart by using these big words. We all get it. We can talk a little, we can lower the $100 word quota down. Barbara says, I'll look for the Frida Kahlo documentary. Thanks, Ansul. I watched a great doc about Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini wedding portrait painting, though, full of symbolism. I would love to do that painting. It's on my, it's kind of on my radar, but I'm like, I mean, I'll just show you this painting that we're talking about here, because this is, it's a great painting, super famous, very important. Really one of the most important paintings, arguably, of all time, but it is, this is also really complicated painting. I mean, there's way more detail in this painting than there is in this entire painting by Nelli here, right? Like, and there's also details like, let's say the chandelier here, candelabra, that is like, this is also, we're pretty confident is evidence that this artist was using some sort of camera obscura, camera lucida, some type of optical device. He's also probably hinting at that by using a mirror, because if you can make mirrors, you can also make lenses to do this kind of thing. Yeah, tons of detail. Great painting. Barbara says, Arnolfini on your bucket list. With a big laugh. Whew, yeah, it's that one kind of terrifies me to look at, because I think it would be pretty difficult. I think it's time the UK gave it back to Spain, though. It's stolen art. To Spain. This is Arnold. This is a German painting, Dutch painting, right? Jan van Eyck. Where's how do I go back here? Yeah, Dutch, Flemish painter. So I'm not sure why it would be in Spain. Well, I mean, I should probably move on before I... this is research I would do if I was ever going to to do this painting here. Let me Senga says we have the Kelvin Grove Art Galleries. They had many good paintings, but I love Christ St. John of the Cross by Dali. Amazing painting. Oh yeah, this is a great painting. So that's your local art museum's got that one. That's pretty cool. Okay, Glasgow. Wow, that's a beautiful building for an art museum. My goodness, that is cool. I've never been to Scotland, never been to Glasgow. I've always wanted to go. There was a point in time where it seemed every ex-girlfriend of mine moved to Glasgow. I think there's a colony of my exes that they make a pilgrimage there for some reason. I don't know what it. I kid, but there was a time in my life where that is everyone they'll break up with me and then move to Glasgow, and they never met one another. I think that's where the meetings take place or something. Where Barbara said, "Didn't Michael paint that one?" We have not painted that. Somebody did paint that in our group. Maybe Pascal painted that at some point. Wow. Senga says Glasgow paid £8,200 for that painting in 1952. I mean, that was no small money. I mean, that would probably be like, let's say, I don't know, $80,000 now, which is, again, still nothing. Not nothing, but, you know, considering it made painting would probably sell for $100 million now, pretty good investment. Ah, Senga, there's a great collection of paintings in this museum. Barbara says the Arnolfini belonged to a Spanish king. It was stolen by an English sailor. Wow. I did not know that story of that painting. Fascinating. Those sailors, especially the English sailors. I'm just kidding. That's pretty funny. I mean, again, that's why I find history so interesting, is that there's always these like weird things that happen, and you're just like, it just makes it so much more fascinating. Okay, I'm just looking at my time. I got about another 2 hours before I gotta pack up. What can I accomplish in 2 hours? And what would be the best use of those 2 hours? Okay. What do I want to do? What would be the best use of my time, Michael? I've got the this flesh tone, so it would make sense to keep painting that. But I am worried about all this clothing. Let's look at the original. Barbara says, don't forget the feet. I think I went back and did get these feet. There was, I do appreciate you mentioning that, because I had forgotten feet on one of these panels somewhere. I think it was on the far right one. But I did take care of that, but I do appreciate the reminder. So it says, the painting looks so different depending on where you stand. Totally. That's why I think, you know, this painting... where would... Okay, so that's what, you know, so this is what the artwork looks like now, which as I said before, I feel very strongly about being terribly placed. As far as I'm concerned, this should be in a room all by itself, just like Da Vinci's Last Supper, right? I think this painting should be on its own, all by itself. You should get rid of these fluorescent display cabinets with the robes of these priests. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, who cares? I mean, we're privileging the robes of these priests over this painting. This painting should be displayed, you know, probably maybe, I would say maybe about waist height. Yeah, thing is, we still need to get the petition to get this removed. I think it's just, that's a disgrace. I mean, I mean, there's probably a little bit of gender bias, woman kind of sentiment by the church that is just, you know, unconsciously made them just sort of place it up here as a bit of an afterthought. I would speculate that's probably a part of it. I think part of it is not really recognizing the diamond that they have. I think it's probably also some people that aren't really aware of, like, yeah, like, of the potential for just tourist money. I think also that this painting has been relatively recently rediscovered, and I pretty much guarantee you that in another 10 years, this painting is going to be moved into a better position. Because more and more people are going to be coming through this museum and being like, what? Like, as more people find out about who Plautilla Nelli is, like, why is this, I can't even really see it up there, why? And eventually they'll move it, but it's going to be, yeah, anyway, but I think I was looking at the first video and I went on a bit of a 10-minute tangent about this. Yeah, saying it should be the center of attention. It's, Barbara says, it's shameful to have that display cabinet below. Shameful. Or it's ludicrous and it's shameful. Because, yeah, it just creates this weird glow. Drives me crazy. Get that off the screen here. But it wouldn't be the first painting that is poorly displayed. You know, one might even make the case that the Mona Lisa is the way it's displayed, and I understand the reasons why, but it is so, like, the fact that it's behind bulletproof, I think it's in a, it might even have a frame that itself has glass on it, behind a bulletproof glass, behind this, like, fence that is, like, I don't know, how far would you say, like, at least 8 or 9 feet away that you can't, so, and then you're shoulder to shoulder jostling with people to get up front to look. I mean, that's like a, I don't know what that's like. It's like, you know, a animal in a zoo, and we've fortunately come up with more humane ways to display animals in zoos than even when I was a kid, right? I think I'm going to put so what I'm looking for is a little jar to put this skin color that I've mixed up here. So I'm going to mute my microphone. It's too big. Just before I often obviously recycle things as much as possible, but before I just start putting paint into a jar, I want to make sure that this is clean. I don't want to put it in there and there's sand or dirt, and then all of a sudden everything's been contaminated. It kind of just defeats the purpose of trying to preserve this color. You know, now I look at it like, not as much paint here as I thought I had. And it's not as if this color is the most difficult color for me to mix either. But, you know, thinking about, like, the way that Nelli's painting has been displayed and how poorly it's been displayed, you know, and even the Mona Lisa, the way the Mona Lisa was displayed. I mean, we take it for granted that the Mona Lisa's always been super famous and popular and people wanted to see it. The Mona Lisa has only achieved the level of celebrity and fame that it has now over the past, like, it wasn't until the Mona Lisa was stolen that people cared at all about it. The Mona Lisa was, the Mona Lisa was not particularly well known or cared about for the vast majority of its existence. Like, not until, I think it was stolen in 1910, 1909, 1911, somewhere around there. It was just hanging on the wall of the Louvre, just like the majority of all the other paintings on the walls of the Louvre. And then once it was stolen, all of a sudden there was all this interest in this stolen painting, and what is it? Who made it? And so I guess we have to wait for someone to steal Nelli's painting in order to get it to be more respectfully displayed. So those are our options: is to write a petition, or to collectively steal this painting. My lawyer has just told me to add here that I do not want to encourage anyone to steal this painting. So that I don't get a letter in the mail saying I am now being sued by Italy for the theft of this, for having encouraged people to steal it. Okay. I am definitely going slow today. Let's start another tab. Thing is, yeah, a petition would be better. Yeah, probably a little bit. Okay, now that we've got some faces and beards painted in here, I'm going to move on to the clothes. I didn't expect to be doing this today. I thought I would stay with faces, feet, and hair, and hands today, but having looked at this painting and recognized how many, like, the very few of the hands, there's only one hand that is actually not in front of either clothes or tablecloth, which means that it's going to be difficult if I try to paint the fabric around all those fingers. I would rather ultimately paint those hands over top of the clothes. So I think what I want to do now is start all the clothing, and then that'll probably take, a couple hours, and then next episode I'll be finishing faces and clothing, which probably means I'm gonna have to do 5 episodes in total to wrap this whole thing up, unless I would do one 8-hour session or something. But 'tis what it is. Let's in fact, where should we start? Whose clothes? I'm looking for commonalities here, so I don't have to mix the same color 5 times. I'm going to start with maybe a peachy color. And even, I'm just going to take a bunch of this paint here. Basically what I'm stealing from this paint is some of the white that was in here. Not enough, so I'm going to bring So this looks similar to my flesh tone. The main difference is there's no blue. I mean, there is a little bit of blue that was still in here that's probably gotten into this color. Maybe just a slightly bit more brown than peachy. But For the most part, it looks like wherever this color appears, it's more of an under color rather than the final. Oops. So here I can kind of paint this pretty fast, approach those fingers, even paint over the tips of those fingers a little bit, and that beard without worrying about potentially ruining them or something. I'll do, even though this is going to be an orange, I'm going to paint this under here. That's going to make it allow me to do a really bright orange over top of this. And even this guy's robe here actually might even ultimately be this exact color. One. Two, even Judas here, he's got his coloring his clothes. So I wonder what do you suppose is in his hand there? Is that a bag of money? Like, is it that he received for betraying Jesus? Was Judas paid for that? I can't. No, I should be able to remember that whole. That robe kind of wraps around his shoulder down there. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore that. Because otherwise, because that background, that brown is so dark. Barbara says 30 pieces of silver are always depicted in Judas's hand. That's what I thought, but you know, it's like couldn't quite remember. That's the thing with all of these, like these stories, both, you know, from the Bible or, you know, from Greek and Roman mythology. Is kind of keeping track of all of those details is you'll notice too here I'm painting there's glassware here on the tables that is semi-transparent. You'll notice I'm just sort of painting right over top of all of that stuff. Because it'll be, because I want some of those colors to be coming through the glass. And I can always just sort of glaze a little bit of kind of a frosty quality over top of these colors. So rather than sort of painting it around it and mixing a separate color that'll go in behind the glass, which I could do, and some artists do that kind of stuff. Again, I'm always trying to find what's the fastest, most efficient way of doing things. It might not necessarily be the best way in terms of quality to do things, but will the differences are going to be negligible for the vast majority of people, except for maybe people who have extremely sharp eyes. You know, even just like right here, there's a little bit of a gap here, but I can always paint that darker later on if I really feel it's necessary. I can just keep it all of this color. Be fascinating to is there a movie about Judas? Is there like Judas the movie, or is he just kind of a, Because that whole story is really fascinating. Because, yeah, we see him clutching that money. But depending on sort of your interpretation, reading of the Bible and that story, you know, some have Judas just being a, you know, super villain, evil villain figure, and some have him as like a good guy who has been sort of assigned a role, and he's sort of just kind of doing this terrible thing in order to fulfill kind of the Christ's destiny. Which makes him like an incredibly tragic and almost a heroic figure. So, which I could imagine could be, you know, almost sacrilegious for certain people who have certain interpretations of the Bible to even hear. But as far as I know, Judas hasn't been made a saint or anything. I don't think so. So probably the official line of the church is of him as kind of just a terrible villain. But one of my favorite moments in all of rock music is when Bob Dylan first plugged in, or one of the first times when he performed at the Royal Albert Hall. And there's a break. He's playing his, you know, at the moment where he transitions from being a folk musician playing acoustic guitars to playing with an electric guitar with the band backing him up. And during a break between songs, somebody yells out, "Judas!" Oh, great. And that's all recorded. You can hear it. It's one of the great moments in rock and roll history. Judas. And then Dylan kind of snaps back, "I don't believe you," which I always like. I'm not necessarily sure. Which some people, you know, is obviously he just did it in the spur of the moment. But what does that really mean? I'm sure there's probably people, again, I'm sure somebody's probably written a PhD thesis about that exact moment. What did Dylan, who's famously almost opaque with his lyrics anyway, what did he mean there? You guys are so funny. MMAA, Michael Markowsky, Artists Anonymous. That's pretty funny. I won't be painting this for 8 hours. I'm teaching this afternoon, so I have to end at some point today, but it might mean, yeah, another 8 hours, another 5th session, or who knows. You know, I will say you know, when I'm doing one painting in one focused time, there's an urgency to try to get it all done as quickly as possible. which I don't feel so much now. I feel like I've been doing a lot of dithering around, and because I'm like, well, I got another 2 episodes at least probably after this, and like, you know, the ending, it's like I don't see the end in sight at this moment, and so it's hard to feel urgency working towards this. So, which I imagine that's for some of you who might have a couple paintings they've started sitting on the shelf. Getting that motivation to finish those off could be kind of tricky. I've always been someone that really likes working all at once. Even before I was doing my live streams. I would always just want to power through, get it all done as if I can. Okay, so I'm taking my cool red, applying some white into it. I'm going to add some matte medium here. To make this paint a bit more transparent, because that white is going to basically cover up anything beneath it. So I don't want to completely lose my pencil lines. So I'm starting with this kind of a bit of a brighter pink. And depending on how this goes, I may do a second coat of it, or I might just go into a cool red afterwards on top of this. I'm not exactly sure how I want to approach that just yet. I do like these colors, these pinks and peaches. Very bright. I don't think Plautilla Nelli would have had access to colors this bright during her lifetime. Which gives me a little bit suspicious of these colors. But I have to, you know, I have to defer to the curators and the conservators, artists who did this restoration. I figure I'm sure, would have done plenty of research before touching this painting. Oops, what? Whoa, where did that go? It's also possible that the photographer brightened up the saturation here and try to make their own photos appear more, you know, exciting for modern audiences. In fact, you can almost guarantee that happened, or maybe the photographer didn't, but the editor of the newspaper or wherever these images were published did that. I mean, news goes through so many hands. And I've been interviewed many times, and I've seen my own quotes taken totally out of context, and contacted a journalist and said, hey, on the website I didn't quite say it like this, and they're like, let me take a look. I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's not what you said either. And then they contact the editor, and the editor trying to come up with a headline, changed things and kind of put words into my mouth. And I don't see that as being malicious or anything. It's just that everyone's got a job to do, and they're doing the best they can, and sometimes mistakes happen. They're trying to get eyeballs on their websites just as much as an artist wants their own work to be seen. So I like that. I like that big, bright, fluorescent color. It's gorgeous. Kind of want to leave it, but I will move forward. But it's just a beautiful. That hot pink is so cool. Man, it's starting to get a little chilly in my studio. The last couple days were bright and sunny and warm. And this morning we woke up to rain. And At least I didn't have to water the garden. Okay. Oh. Cleaned my brush too quickly. Like that. Jesus is in pink too. That's cool. You know, Jesus was always very fashion forward. You know, here he is on trend. These the hippest robes. Anybody else have that pink here? Okay. Jesus Christ, fashion star. Senga says, we have also had bright sun the last few days, but chilly at night. Roll on, the summer. It has been nice, just like yesterday, my daughter's teacher was saying, oh, we put some suntan lotion on her before we went outside, and I was like, it's almost like I had to kind of like suntan lotion. Oh, suntan lotion. That's what I had to think about it. What is that stuff? feels like, you know, it's been a long time since I've applied suntan lotion. Yeah, Singa says that pink is so vibrant. I love it. I mean, that's why again I'm like, that is really bright. But again, I love bright colors, so I'm happy putting in these bright colors. But how much of those were there, or what? Whoever took this photograph might have just made a decision to amp everything up a little bit. Okay, let's go to these cool blues. They got a tiny bit of yellow in them, I think, as well. Or well, let's take some white. Well, maybe first of all, is there actually any? Oh, I think all of them have a little bit of yellow. I'm going to put a bit of matte medium in here just to... Oh, that's a bit more than I expected. Which is not a problem. The only thing is it might end up making this color more green, because if it's semi-transparent and then we paint it over top of a yellow background, it could make this look pretty green. So I'm just going to put a bit more blue back in here. Very transparent. Again, that's because I accidentally put a bit too much matte medium in here. There you go. You can see it's, by adding that extra white, obviously it lightened it a little bit, but just took some of that really the yellowish quality down a bit. It has made this much more opaque. Thing says that blue is so vibrant. Yes, I mean, there's a little bit of a danger here at the moment. It does look very Easter egg kind of, you know, these bright pinks, bright blues. And there's going to be some brighter greens here shortly. All of these are going to get mostly covered up with other colors soon. But these colors are, at least from the way, from how this appears, they appear to be there. Wow. Those are bright. Okay. Might as well just go right in here while I think probably the primary thing that I'm just trying to do right now, that I've been doing today, is just covering up as much of that yellow as possible. Anybody else with this color? Saying this is, I still think it looks like a monkey they're going to eat. It does look very monkey-like, that's true. Okay, looks like next one is going to be a warm green. I'm going to add actually a bit of cool yellow in here. That warm green I had was great, but it's a little bit, it's a bit darker and less pop than the warm green is. And considering how bright of a foundational colors I'm using already throughout this painting, I feel like I want to continue that trend with some equally, so that all these figures look kind of bright and glowy a bit. And it's also important to remember, I'm not fully 100% committed to any of these colors staying here throughout these entire paintings. They're just building it takes a while to build to the final color I want, at least using this particular method that Plautilla and Nelli used. As did almost every Renaissance era artist, use building things up in layers and glazing, etc. Yeah, I think if I could get all of the yellow painted over by the end of today's episode, that would be a big win for me. I think that should be my main goal, and not really worrying about finishing anything, but just filling some colors in. I think that would be a major accomplishment. there's going to be a few different kinds of greens. There's also some cool greens that we'll see elsewhere here. So having lots of these different kind of variations is really what's going to help create a really vibrant painting with lots of different little areas. You know, it's kind of odd, like the color of these robes here, the colors seem to get cooler down below. I'm going to treat them all the same, though, just for consistency's sake. I mean, while it seems some of these guys have, you know, a robe that drapes over their shoulders all the way down to their toes, and it's the same color, some of them seem to have some that appear to kind of change color a little bit, or a different robe entirely from their waist down. So, okay, let's. This is one of these paintings, because there's so much going on. It won't surprise me if, you know, after I finish, a week, a month goes by, I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my goodness, I forgot to paint that guy's face or something. I'm like, how on earth did I miss that? So, speaking of little things, Okay. Or says, lovely chatting with you tonight, Senga and Michael. Not many others out there today. Going to get an early night's sleep tonight, so thanks for this fascinating masterclass. Loving the colors, and we'll watch how they develop. Good night, Barbara. Thanks for joining us again. Okay. My left panel's got most of what needs to be there in place. How did I miss this big green? Okay, that's what I mean. So there's so much going on that I look at it a bunch of times and then like, oh, missed this guy's whole robe. Those greens aren't coming up on camera very well. Do you think it's time some of these robes made their way back? Okay. It's funny, just like some of these areas, like the feet under the tables, when I was doing the outlines for this, there's a few places I got pretty confused. And it's, you know, it's fine to be like, well, I'll just It's all going to be pretty dark. I'll just bathe it all in shadows. But even if you're planning on just painting dark shadows, you want to know what those colors are so that they can be dark but still distinct. Otherwise, it's just going to look like a big blob. You want some definition there. Walim Jornada Indy says, Topo, nice to see you making livings. I'm doing your drawing course on YouTube. You're so good. Topo equals hey. Somehow my phone changed to that. That's pretty funny. Hey. Great to see you live. Thanks for doing the drawing course. I can't wait to see what you've been up to. I hope you've joined the Facebook group and you're sharing your work to the group so that we can celebrate your achievement in an upcoming episode. Okay, getting there. How much time do I have left? Okay, I got about 30 minutes before I gotta go. Yeah, so that Facebook group we have, yep, join the Facebook group, upload your work, and then in a few weeks I'll be doing another bonus feedback episode where I'll go through anything that's on there and offer you help on how to maybe make them a little bit better. Okay, let's mix a different pink. A warm red. Pink. Now, even though these robes are going to be mostly kind of a red, I am painting the kind of pink underneath, this warm red pink underneath, for a few reasons. One is that I can potentially even just use this as my highlights. Without having to go lighter. I don't think I will, but you could, especially if you put a lot of white into one of these colors. But if I do paint red over top of them, it'll make them super vibrant. Versus if I just paint red right over top of this yellow, the yellow is going to kind of change this red, make it a bit darker, a little bit more brown. I've often been surprised at how little it changes it, but not super significantly. I think probably this warm red that Amsterdam makes is one of the more opaque colors. I'm not sure exactly why. Or at least it appears relatively opaque the way that I use it. Something's odd here. I even remembered when I was doing my outline running into this. I think that's partly part of his robe up here. Now that's kind of interesting, this pink that's under here. I'm almost tempted to maybe mix. Well, I'm going to set that aside and come back to it. So this one's mostly ready to go too. Okay, well, since maybe this is the time to come back to it then. Okay. So maybe this guy I'm going to give much lighter Now I think I want a kind of purple here. I guess it seems appropriate that we would have Easter colors with the as underpainting for the Last Supper. It's like, oh yeah, probably this is it seems. Didn't even occur to me till just now, but. Maybe Plautilla was way ahead of her time, and that's why we've got these really bright Easter egg colors in here like this. You can see how this color starts to go pretty dark when it goes over top of the yellow, because purple and yellow, when mixed together, turn into black. Okay, it looks like I got all the clothing started, so I'm just going to add warm blue into this. Ugh. I'll probably be painting tablecloth edge back over top of all of that when I'm done. Senga says, I love learning about color with you, Michael. Thank you for sharing with us all the time. Oh, sweet Senga says, that blue pops, I like it. The blue makes Jesus look holy. LOL. Which, where is it? Yeah, it does. You know, it's interesting. I didn't even, it just occurred to me. Yeah, these, that kind of baby blue and pink are colors that I associate with Jesus. And they're also very Easter-like colors. Like, Jesus is often depicted with similar... I wonder what the history of that is. I think that's in Da Vinci's painting. Which I wonder if... Nelli probably would not have seen that in person. She might have seen a reproduction. I'm sure she would have been aware of it. I'm sure it would have been in the conversation. But she probably never saw it in person. So now I'm just going around looking at little things that have yet to be touched. let's say, Judas's money bag here. There's a few fellows with a little bit of gray hair, so we'll get that shortly. Got to get this monkey here. You know, it is very fascinating that how differently people have drawn and painted animals throughout time. And you might say, well, you know, they were trying to draw animals that were moving around. This is an animal that's in the dish. It's being ready to be served for dinner. Okay, that's just hair. I think we got some kind of greens in this dish here. Get the glaze out for the monkey. Ah, there's Lisa in the chat. Hi, Lisa. This is looking good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ooh, it's good that I'm almost done for the day, because it's getting cold in my studio. Can't see what the temperature's like out there, but can't imagine it's very warm. So I'm going to quickly mix a black here. Before I use this, to make sure I don't want any black anywhere or need it anywhere, so there's a little bit of red on that black, so let's just take a bit of brown in here. I find it hilarious how, like, the expressions as I've traced them on here are in many ways totally different or opposite even from the original. I mean, we'll try to get close to the original here, but it's also quite likely that because of the small surface I'm working on, that many of the expressions will change. Which I know for some people would consider that a catastrophic failure. For me, I just find that stuff kind of fascinating. It's like, oh, it makes the painting, my own painting, feel very alive. That with just the flick of a brush in one direction or another, one of these figures is going to go from anger or confusion to sadness or fear. I don't know, I just think that's great. Okay, I think for all purposes that one is done. Well, for today, done. What is wet? Okay. I think I'm going to do a little bit of work on the bench that Judas is sitting on before I wrap up. And this gray does, has a bit of a purpley quality. I mean, I kind of mixed it that way too, so it might look a little bit purpley on camera. Even if it was by mistake, I wouldn't be at all worried. I mean, I've still got a long road ahead of me on this painting. I'd say probably, though I would say I'm about halfway done. And in some ways, sort of like a heavy lifting has been done. Just getting all of that white covered in is a pretty important aspect here, so. Okay. Oh, I've got the chills. Can't be that cold, can it? I thought summer was upon us. Although I can't complain, my parents living out in Calgary, it snowed a couple days ago. Like, oh, okay, well. Now, that doesn't make... Here I just made a version of this painting. There's the Last Supper, but it's missing. Jesus. That's kind of funny. That is wild how that actually lines up perfectly. It's missing the center column in there, but that's, to me, pretty funny that we're missing the centerpiece here. What are the chances that that happened? Wow, wild. I think just want to take my leftover flesh color that I put aside here. Yes, Sting is right. Isn't it just wild how those two things fit together like that? That's just blows my mind. Oh yeah, I gotta wrap up for the day. Let's zoom back out here so you can see. You know, these again, these big greens. I'm not sure how well those come across on TV. They are important. They're going to go much darker, obviously, as is pretty much everything here. You know, we're not going to see these bright, saturated blues and pinks all the way through to the end. They're going to get a little bit darker. But those colors are inside those in many places. So, you know, once again, you know, it feels like, man, still a long ways ahead, but everything I've just done here is critically important for this painting ultimately. So it's also going to make it a lot easier going forward, because now I've got all of the yellow painted out. I don't think there's any yellow, I mean, hopefully not, I don't see any left over. So everything's been touched, it's been covered, there's not any bare canvas remaining. So that's also going to help, because now I can really start going in and shading things, adding highlights, and I can now judge the colors a little bit closer to what they should be, because now I don't have that yellow kind of maybe modifying the way I perceive these colors. I can kind of see them a little bit more clearly on their own. I do just see there's a little bit of a touch that up. It's kind of driving me crazy from the last episode. I saw it and let's just any other things like that in the background. So we're at that time of the episode where I just want to remind everyone to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the future episodes are going to be happening. And at this moment, I'm not even sure when the next episode... I don't know if I'll be able to do one this weekend. So we'll see. But that's why you'd want to hit the notification bell, so you know as soon as I post the thumbnail for the next video, you'll know when that is, and you'll be able to join me next time I'm live. Of course, join the Facebook group so you can also be notified of when upcoming videos are going to be taking place. And if you want to make a donation to the channel, consider using the PayPal link here. You could use the send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. The links to my email address are on the Facebook group and my website. Those are down below as well. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support over the years that I've been doing this. So without you, I wouldn't be doing this today, or it would have been a very short run, and yet here I am almost 4 years later now, painting here on YouTube. So thanks again to everyone who's been supporting me. There's some of you who've been doing this for years, and some of you that just started. I always get messages from people, especially on PayPal, where you can just leave a quick little message while you're donating saying, "This is the first time I've ever donated to a YouTuber." And so I think that's really cool. I mean, it's cool for me, but it's also, I think, great for just other creators out there, knowing that you're now that you've helped one person like myself, that perhaps now you know how you can also support other people whose content you appreciate. So, thank you everyone for painting along. Good night, Sang. You've been up for quite a while. I appreciate that. Good night, and we'll see you guys on the future episode, whenever that happens. At the very least, I think next Tuesday. But ideally, I would love to get this done by next Tuesday so we could move on to another artist. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Or morning, noon, wherever you are on a beautiful planet. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.